Good morning, guys. It's March 28, 2023. It's less than 11 minutes before the market opens, and I am here finishing up my watch list. So, for those of you who are asking on where to begin on day trading, please check our website out. It's called eCourse Unlock. And in that website, you'll see our services, our course that is currently offered. We do have that day trading unlock course and our book that is officially in Amazon. It's called Day Trading Unlocked by Mary de Guzman. Please check that one out. And we do have this free PDF file that you can download. It's this top trading strategy that we do, and that top trading strategy is the opening range breakout. So if you click this link right here, if you can send us your name and email, then we would be happy to send you this top trading strategy. It consists of 20 pages of our the strategy that we always use in our day trading. So with that, let's go back to my watch list. So for today, I'm watching a couple of stocks. Stocks that I'm watching today are the following. So I'm watching, this is my watch list, BABA, FUTU, VKTX, Tesla. For my gap down, I'm watching AMD, Apple, SQ, Amazon, BOIL, and TIP. So let's look at the levels for these stocks. So for BABA, let's see here. So BABA is a pretty good gap up here. I believe they do have a news, and let's just go briefly to the news. Alibaba, a new organizational and governance structure to empower all its businesses to become more enhance decision making, enable faster response to market changes. So pretty good news for BABA, and hence that is the reason why we're having this gap right here. So this is my daily and this is my 5 minutes. Always like to have it as a 15 minutes, and with the 15 minutes I would like to have my pre and my post market data. So we did pretty much see this huge gap up here. It is gapping up by 10.6%, and with that 10.6%, let's see here, just putting in my levels. Pre-market high is at 95.65. Pre-market low is yesterday's closing price, which is around 86.18. So this one, so that one was a mover at the pre-market. It already moved from 86 to 95, so that's around $9. Let's look at the daily. Daily had that big of a curl. It did have that S3 as a good support, and from S3 it did bounce up, and then now we have a huge gap up from yesterday, which is around, it closed at 86 yesterday, and now we're at 95. Now the R3 is acting as a strong support there, which is at 94. That 94, just for me to have an idea where that 95.25 is. So 95.25, that is around this level right here, and that's the reason why we're encountering a good resistance right here, because we are now on that R3 level. So that is the BABA. So far the best gap up for now is BABA. The only thing is it did showed that overextension at the pre-market. Next one is FUTU. FUTU is a gap up by 1.94, and percentage wise it's 3.9%. So pre-market low is right here, 49.22. Pre-market high is at 52.21. This one, unlike BABA, have found that consolidation right here. So with that consolidation, just wanted to take note of that consolidation. So I'll put in a level there. This stock right here is not as clean as BABA, just because we do have bunch of wicks. We have wick here, wick, bunch of wicks right here. So not as clean as BABA. Do they have news? They do have Q4 and let's see, FUTU Holdings Q4 EPS 0.85 versus 0.40 last year. So pretty good news. And that's the reason for that cup up right there. Let's look at our daily. Daily does not have a lot of, yeah, this one, if you put a rectangular here, this is still a consolidation. So we're heading to R3, and R3 can pretty much act as a strong resistance there. So that is FUTU. Next one is VKTX. VKTX is currently at 7.6 million and gapping up by 37%. Let's see if it's a low float stock. It's not a low float stock. It is a float of 67 million. So not a low float here. We did see a level right here. Let's see. How much was this before? So this one, we have a news right here. Following are some of the stocks making big moves. Vikings, Therapeutics, and looks like, what's the news here? Phase 1 study to evaluate oral formulation of dual GLP receptor agonists. So let's see, and yeah, it does have a news right here. So I'm gonna put my level. Pre-market high is at 14.53 and low is at 9.57. So this one is not a low float stock. It is a mover today. Lots of volume at the pre-market, already making 7 million. So we're gonna closely look at this one. A little bit of consolidation here. Just want to take note of that. So I'll put in another level with that consolidation. So that is VKTX. Next one is Tesla, our favorite Tesla. So it's under consolidation. It's 192. I'm just going to put my levels here, but I am not going to be trading Tesla today. The reason for being is we are heading into consolidation. Okay, just a second. Okay, so that's Tesla. And then KWeb. Let's see with KWeb. KWeb is 827,000. Not a lot of volume right now. Not sure whether that's a low float stock. And then NEO. NEO is up by 2.5%. This is under consolidation as well. Not as good. WFC. 3.79 billion. This one is consolidation, so nothing there. Next one, AMD. AMD, the best trade right here was 2 days ago when we have this doji right here, because that's a big indicator that we're heading to reversal. Now we're at the VWAP, but just gonna put in the level here, not the A plus setup. A plus setup was the 2 days ago when we have formed that doji right there. This doji right here, you could have ride this one. This is the entry to the short, stop loss right here. But right now, it's just under consolidation. But we place our levels there anyway. Apple is also under consolidation. I like that it touches a couple of times this level here. I'm looking at the daily now. So with Apple, I'm pretty much interested in Apple losing this level, which is 157.29. And if that level is lost in Apple, then that is a good short. Reason for being is if you look at the daily chart had this consolidation right here, and it looks like we have found the top of this, which is this level right here. So this level, if that level can serve as a good resistance point, because we have been touching this support right here 158 couple of times, and right now we're opening the market at that 158. So if we lose that, that is a good short. So that is Apple. We have 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes before the market opens. SQ, although it's gap down by 0.9%, nothing here in the daily. Amazon, gap down by 0.7. This is an inside bar, so that is a range day. You're just going to be trapped with that range. This one, a very cheap stock, so not going to be touching that. And we have looked into AMD already. So that is pretty much what I am looking at for today. Just trying to see if there's any more gap up, gap down list. XPEB just went into the gap up list. So let's see with XPEB. I'll put in XPEB right here. 30 seconds before the market opens, and XPEB just had a move, although volume is low at the moment, but we can wait until the volume picks up, and only time to trade this one is if the setup is there, of course, and if the volume picks up. So I am just putting in this one, putting in 5 minutes and turning off my data. Let's see what the SPY is doing. SPY is almost an inside bar from yesterday. So what I'm looking at is BABA. BABA here, this is the high of the pre-market. Let's see if it has the juice to move higher. This one is a bit overextended as well because it already moved by $10 at the pre-market. This area right here was the move of the BABA. So you can expect a pullback from BABA as well. This one, pre-market level here, it opened not close to the pre-market high. So this is not a setup for an opening range breakout. BKTX, we do have a level right here earlier. Let's see. BKTX. So right here, BABA is strong. I'm thinking of starting a small position in BABA. Stop loss right here is at 95.12. BABA is just strong today, but tight stop loss here. The good entry could have been at 95.66. So a little bit of overextended here. I don't like that it does not have a follow through here. So closing my position here, I did not like that there's a pullback right there. So small loss right there with BABA, but that's because we are overextended in right here in the pre-market high. So trying to think and see if we are back to the pop. This one serving as 95.35, serving as a good support in BABA. Looking at the tape right here, yep, we're heading lower. And that's why I exited my position right here. SPY is also having a pullback. So now let's see here. Since SPY is having a big pullback, I just shorted a small position in BABA here. Stop loss here is at 96.02. Just above the VWAP. So let's see if BABA still has 95.16, 17, 94. It did serve, the VWAP served as a good point of resistance right there. SPY is still heading lower. So at this point, this one is not the best trade just because we are under the VWAP. Now looking at my volume right here, this one has a low volume when it's pushing higher. So that can also be a very weak one. So needed to bail out on that trade just because I needed to have a more confirmation. Stop loss here, 95.6. Volume here, let's see, a little bit of over trading here. So looking at the level 2 here, level 2, we do not have any imbalance yet, although there's 94.30 right here. $94.43, 94.44 is my entry that is acting as a strong support right there. SPY just found a bottom. Looking at the 5 minutes, 5 minutes is showing some weakness, but this can pretty much also just be a consolidation. So this is the support that we're waiting for it to break, 94.2. SPY just had a rejection in the 1 minute, so that's going to help this trade. SPY is very weak in the daily, just like this. Okay. So BABA, yeah, it's a pull back now. The only thing though is at the open, I did mess up my trade right here. So SPY is also having a pullback. Big volume right here. This is very bearish right here, big volume. $93.60. We do have a lot of stacking of bids right here, which is very bearish. So next destination is 93.76. 3.76. But that one just bailed out. So thought process here is Are we just heading into consolidation, or is this a pullback? Right now, the support that we're trying to break off of is 93.39. So that just took some partial there, just because we are into that 9 EMA. Moving my stop loss. If this one stopped me out, that's totally fine. So the rest of the stocks, FUTU is also having a pullback. So that 9 EMA is acting as a strong support there. How's our volume? Trying to see if it's gonna stop me out. There's not anymore any imbalance right here. So this can pretty much just pop back to VWAP. So right here, SPY is still below the VWAP. So right now, this one is a strong stock now. This one just broke this. Do we have a continuation? This one can go either way. Can test the VWAP. This one was the good flush right here, FUTU. That could have been an easier trade. What's the volume here? Not a lot of volume. VWAP, SPY just had higher, broke VWAP. So that can affect this one as well. I did not like that this one pretty much is looking like a long now, because we have been respecting this. So I do not have an edge with that trade. So with that, I will give it some room to do what it wants to do. Now looking at AMD, yeah, this one just puked right here. If I'm gonna start a long position right here in AMD, stop loss is below this big candlestick right here, 94.23. This pretty much can, trying to see if it already found its bottom. Since I'm trading the 1 minute, this one can also just be a fake out too. You can have a higher probability of not getting faked out if you use a higher time frame. So BABA did manage to have that, yeah, it broke that 9 EMA right there. And SPY as well is heading lower. So with BABA, this can pretty much be a gap fill right here. Or now what I'm thinking is it ready for a 9 EMA trade where it is respecting the 9 EMA, and from 9 EMA, it will test the VWAP, which is a pretty good distance. VWAP is at 94.56. So I'll be interested in taking a long here, basing from this candlestick, if it goes above 93.26, just because 93.26 is a level above the VWAP. What I'll do there is I'll put in a level here. That means I'll be interested in taking a long if it goes above this 9 EMA right there, 93.13. This one is a doji, and the doji just showing some signs of indecision. SPY is playing at the VWAP. But yeah, this one just pretty much looks too weak as well. Did not even have the capacity to touch or test this level, this high of this doji right here, 92.84. Let's see what SQ is doing. SQ is just flat, so nothing there. AMD, did we found a bottom? Doesn't look like it. BABA is just so weak. This is our VKTX float of 67 million, just trading above VWAP. So hands on the trigger here. If it still goes above 93.13, I'll try to long this one. Not a lot of volume when it's pushing lower. SPY now is above VWAP. Gonna enter this long if it's 93.13. Looking at the tape, 92.89, 90. See if it's gonna break that level above. And that level, I did not see any prints here of 93.13. That's why I never, and yeah, I did not touch that one because I was looking at the tape and tape did not print 93.13. That was the level that I am interested in longing this stock. So since there is a big rejection right there, this one now, I wouldn't touch this one. What is our volume saying? Volume is dying, so this one is just going to be consolidating for now. Trying to see if there's an easier trade. That's a lot of volume right here when it had that rejection. Tesla is the flat one, but looks like we had found this doji right there. Looking at XBEV, nothing really. What is the good thing about BABA is like the order flow, the volume is there. That's why it's like looking at the SPY. If you look at the bid and the ask here, there's lots of volume, lots of traders jumping in here. So Apple, this one was the good short right here. If it broke the 157, did it break that? Yeah, but it did found a bottom there too. So BABA, since this one had touched this resistance here a couple of times, I'm not gonna be jumping it so aggressively here because that can pretty much serve as a strong resistance there rather than a support. And we do have, let's see, the level 2 here. Not a lot of volume here. Lots of red prints there. SPY is heading lower as well. This is the level that I was interested in earlier, but it is acting as a strong resistance at the moment. Yeah, this level right here. So it's not a long at the moment. Tesla. Trying to see if Tesla is a good long now, but it did start to move. Good long here is at 188.73. Stop loss is 188.63. See what Bob is doing. Starting a small position here to the long. It just broke that level that I was interested in. Stop loss here is tight, 92.78. So now that strong resistance is now acting as a support, 93.18. I started with a small position because that can also pretty much just be a fake out. But now looking at the 5 minutes, 5 minutes is now looking bullish because now we are heading to the top of the body of this candlestick right here. So 93.50, looking at the tape. If this one push higher, 93.65, then I'll be interested in adding to my position there. 47, looking at the tape here, if there's any imbalance, adding to my position here. Now I'm basing my stop loss in the 5 minutes, 92.93 will be my stop loss. So the body of this candlestick right here, 92.95. I don't like that the volume is not there when it's pushing higher. So thought process here is the test of the VWAP. Looking at AMD. AMD have not found its bottom yet. This one was just that third day pullback. Amazon had a good wick right here, had a rejection of yesterday's close, but this one is just consolidating. So let's see, Baba is having that pullback there as well. XPEV. Let's see, volume here. Does this one even have the juice to test the VWAP? And let's see the tape and the level 2. If it's giving us any imbalance, no imbalance yet. See if it's gonna hit my stop loss right here, 92.95. There's a big bid right there. It's very bearish. So if you get to have like to see a big bid, and then all of a sudden it did not even get filled and it just went away. So that's a low baller, because anyone can just put in a bid or their ask and they can easily just cancel their orders as well. Just like earlier, there was like 300 here that went away. So that can be just a low baller. So let's see, 94 is the next destination. SPY is heading higher as well. 94, are we building up here? We do have 93.50, 93.90s. This one now acted as a strong support right there, and that could have been a good add right there. Taking some partial. Now I'm going to move my stop loss higher than my break even. So even if this one gives me a pullback, it's still okay. AMD is just so weak right here. Baba, let's see if it's a good, what this 15 minutes looks like. 15 minutes is so strong. Baba could have been a good trade right here if I did not mess it up in the first trades here. So yeah, gonna be testing the VWAP here. At this point, I don't want to add to my position yet because expect in the VWAP that's gonna be a strong resistance as well. SPY is very strong. So this one is a resistance. This is the pullback that I'm waiting for. If there's a big ask sitting right here, that could have been a good place to add. But right now I don't see a big ask. So not a lot of conviction yet that this one, because if it was so strong, it could just like easily pass through a VWAP. So a little bit of consolidation there that's expected. See the volume here. I don't see any discrepancy with the volume. No imbalance as well right here. Consolidation can just stop me out as well. Yep, so that stopped me out. VWAP, did that serve as a strong resistance right there? Shorting this one. Let's see, it did not have the juice to pass through the VWAP right here. The VWAP actually acted as a strong resistance there. So I look at the SPY as well. SPY is heading lower. So that's why I switch my position to the short, knowing that the resistance here now is the VWAP. So stop loss here, 94.15. Added to my position here. We are heading to this moving average. This one is a support right here. That's the previous candlestick's level. SPY is just having a pullback as well. I don't have the news on, but that can pretty much be, what time is it? 9:57. I think we're supposed to have a news by 10. So at this point, I just want to lower my risk. lowering the risk because yeah, that VWAP right there, since I can have this candlestick now, the body of this as the stop loss, giving it as a big of stop loss is increasing my risk. I added to my position, so that means I needed to lower down my risk by having a tighter stop loss. So this level right here, what was that? Oh, that one was the resistance that we were trying to break off of earlier. Now it's the support that we're trying to break off of. So once we broke that 93.16, then expect a flush there. SPY just had this massive move there as well. Let's see if BABA is just a laggard, that it is just falling behind SPY. Not a lot of volume here. This can be a fake out as well, trying to squeeze in the shorts, but there's not a lot of volume. What's our level 2 in tape? No imbalance here as well. Okay, so that one was the move that I was waiting for, because that one acted as a strong resistance there. Now we have broke off of that resistance. Initially the resistance and then acting as a strong support here. So 92.9 was the rejection there. Trying to see a continuation here. Did not like that it was bought by buyers as well at this level. Lowering down my risk again. This one, yeah, we're starting to build up some momentum here. SPY is heading lower still. This 9 EMA is acting as a strong resistance right there. Do not see any. This is the short squeeze that I was waiting for. Let's see if it's gonna stop me out. $93.50, 48. SPY is heading lower. Will we follow the SPY? What's our volume? Nothing really in the volume here. Okay, did not stop me out. And yeah, I'm out of that trade. So I did get to just be out of that half of my position. Let's see what the SPY is doing. And yeah, all out. This one is showing some signs of weakness right here. How's our volume? So this is the low, the cheap stock. Just adding to my position here. For this low or cheap stock, you need to increase your volume just so you can have at least a significant move on this. The thing that I saw here is this inverted hammer, which is very weak. aggressive with my partial here. Looking at BABA, what did BABA do? Yeah, we did find that curl in BABA here. So this one is weak still. Next destination here can be the VWAP 13.39. I'm gonna trail my stop now. VWAP is 13.36. Did not have a follow through there. Did AMD found a bottom? Let's see. So this one stopped me out. And what is BABA doing? BABA is giving me a hard time today. AMD, we did find a consolidation right here. This one can be a good support. We're now testing that 9 EMA. Looking at the 15 minutes, thinking of riding this one to the long side. Just having my 15 minutes. So this one, yeah, this one is a long. So entered long in AMD just because of this. What happened to my 15 minutes? Okay. Stop loss right here, giving it some room. It's this body here, 93.0. I'll put it as a 93. So this one, having this consolidation right here. So the entry is the top of the wick. Stop loss is just a little below the body of that candlestick. This one looks like it just found a bottom. I seriously hate BABA. It's just been playing around VWAP and now it found a rejection again in VWAP. So it's very choppy, this BABA. So I'll just leave it alone. PTU, did we found, wow. I mean, who can time that? This is like 52 all the way to 45. Trying to think whether this one is a good long now if we do have something to support it. If this one goes past through 45.74, then that is a good long, 45.74. So I'm just basing this trade just because we are oversold right here. We found a consolidation right here. We're trading off of the 5 minutes. The 5 minutes, if we go long at 45.73, then we have captured the reversal here just because this bottom right here is lower than the bottom right here. So that means this one is showing some signs of reversal. But look at the volume right here when it's pushing high. There's not a lot of volume there. don't like that it's not moving as much as well, although it's 3.5 million, it's not moving as much. Tesla, let's see. So AMD is already working. Tesla is had that consolidate, lots of consolidation with Tesla. Not moving as much. I don't like that. So this one is already working. Moving average there. SPY is heading higher now, so that's helping this trade. Found a resistance right there. Apple is a good long as well. Right here we found this. Let's see, MT is working. Apple is a good long. Found a support in S4. Okay, so this one really looking long here, but not a lot of volume. So I'm sitting in a comfortable position right here just because I've seen this doji right here and I was able to enter it when it is just before the reversal happened. Apple is very bullish too. Good entry here is at 156.92, so it already made its move. Not a lot of volume, so just profit takers there. Thought process here is to test the VWAP, and Baba is just tricking traders here. Look at this consolidation there. The volume, nothing really is going on with the volume too. So with AMD, this is an easier trade. That's why I needed to switch from Baba to AMD, because Baba, no one could have figured this one out, that it will just be doing this range trade at the VWAP. AMD is an easy trade, and this is the reason why, as a trader, one of the strategy is to make sure to go for the easy trade. This one now is a good, let's see, a lot of volume. Although I would like to make this as a long trade, only thing that's holding me back is the order flow. There's not a lot of order flow going in. Let's see. Okay, entering long FUTU, just because it now broke that level that I was interested in. Stop loss here is this level right here, 45.29. AMD. This is the move that I was waiting for, the move that I needed. Take some partial there, just so I can move my stop loss higher than my break even. I just don't want this one to turn into a red trade. SPY is just about to hit that yesterday's closing price, and that's acting as a strong resistance there. So that's why at this point it is time to secure some profit and move those stop loss. Wow, this is the breakout of square. So FUTU, so we were able to time that reversal right there, but this one just takes some time to work, so we'll give it some time to work, let it do what it wants to do. moving my stop loss again, trailing my stop at this point. FUTU is working. Tesla broke off that consolidation, but I don't like the daily in Tesla. That's why it did not really entice me to go for that trade. Being aggressive with my moving my stop loss here because we're now heading to the VWAP. I tried to, took some partial there at the VWAP. Just saw SPY, and that can pretty much just stop me out. And yep, it did. So that one was the AMD. FUTU, a lot of volume here. Baba is just, look at this candlestick right here. Now, if you want to silence and see what's really is happening here, go to a higher time frame and you'll see that there's really nothing going on here. It's just consolidating under VWAP. So as a trader, it's hard to get an edge with that trade. And FUTU looks like had a big rejection at 45. That was a big sell-off there, big volume. So now, just looking for an easier trade. This one, just some profit takers here, and then now they're up to the races. So looks like a huge dump right here. It even passed through my stop loss. So yeah, that was a loss right there in FUTU. Yeah, looks like a big seller just went into dump shares here. Okay, a Square have found that R3 right there. 4-day move here. We're now up by 1.3%. What is SPY doing? Is it a good short? Shorting Square. A little bit aggressive, but I'm looking at SPY as well. What SPY is doing is having a pullback. Not a lot of volume here. So since not a lot of volume for the sell-off, that can just be a stall as well. So with that in mind, I'll have my stop loss at 65.44. So trying to see if there's any other trades that is forming that's easier to trade. Not a lot of volume here. And that's also the reason why I got wicked out in FUTU, because not a lot of volume and just a big seller right here can easily just wick me out. So that stopped me out as well. But a choppy day. AMD still is pushing higher there. Baba now is a good short here, but I just can't get aggressive with Baba. Just wicked me out so many times. Volume is dying when it's pushing higher. Thinking of reshorting this one, but not yet. I need to close this one first. If this one is a lower volume still when it's pushing higher, then that can be a confirmation. Right now, it's still not finished closing this candlestick. So now I'm just gonna take a look if there's any stocks that are better than the watch list. So Square, it is heading lower here, the volume. This is the high of this candlestick right here, acting as a strong support or resistance there. Reshorting this one. Let's see if this one is now ready to reverse. So volume was dying here when it was pushing higher. We are now heading to this high of this candlestick, which is acting as a resistance there. We are now at the R3. Stop loss right here, 65.5. Volume is dying. Will it stop me out again? SPY just had that pullback. Yesterday's closing price acting as a strong resistance there. Let's see if Square is a laggard. AMD now. See, we're in the middle of this huge move. Shorting AMD here. SPY is heading lower as well. So yeah, this tech stock can be pulled with it too. Stop loss here. Top of this, 94.41. So nothing really yet happening. Some consolidation. So this one, that high of this candlestick right here is acting as a strong resistance there at the moment. Volume is not there as well. That's why there's like no continuation here. A lot of volume. SPY's 5 minutes is still a red one. Volume was dying here. We have a good conviction that this one is heading lower. Not a lot of volume, so not a big conviction that this one is really heading lower. Let's see AMT. Not a place to add yet, just because low probability here. Low probability trade, I don't add to my trade. Not a lot of volume as well when it's pushing lower. If there's like a lot of volume, then I will add to this trade, but right now there's not a lot of volume here. So yeah, this one we are heading to consolidation and that also speaks of the time because it's 10:30, so expect that at this time there will be a lot of consolidation as well. So AMD is moving, but very small move there. It's playing in the VWAP now, trying to see if it can break off of that even more. Trying to look what just added to my position here with AMD. Just lost the VWAP. Average cost now here is at 94. SPY still heading lower. Still bunch of, let's see here, not a lot. SPY still heading lower. Bunch of red sprints. Take some partial. Moving my stop loss now, lower than my break even. Because that's already a pretty big move. So let's see what Square did to me. Square just filled in my stop loss and still now heading to the direction that I anticipated it to work or to go. So lots of volume here now. This is my last trade here in Square. Come on, AMD, my good buddy AMD. SPY is still heading lower, so that's helping this trade to took some partial. Moving my stop loss now, just trailing my stop here. Just add it to my position in square. So AMD is now working here. Trailing my stop. Look at what the SPY is doing. SPY is just heading lower as well. And that's why I was short bias and even have to add my position to square. D. D still heading lower. Baba is doing nothing. Just took some partial here. Lowering my stop loss lower than my break even. EMT now. Wow, SPY just had a flush right here. Look at this thing. From 395 to 394. Huge dump. Okay, looks like we had just found a bottom there. SPY. Some buyers stepping in. Square just stopped me out there. Baba is doing its own thing. So now that we have that massive move, trying to see what stock can I scoop. Apple, let's see, Apple, are we? So AMD just stopped me out there. Square, was able to ride that move, but still not enough move. Okay, so now that SPY had found its bottom, trying to see which one I can trade to the long side. $93.45. Let's see, are we along now? Okay, so SPY just found its bottom. So now I am trading AMD long. Stop loss right here is this level, the support that we found, 93.28. Baba is still on that level, 93.61, 92.41. So it's just been going back and forth. Now I do not like that the volume here was dying when it's pushing higher. SPY is having that consolidation as well. Square is doing nothing. Same thing here. SPY looked like it had found its bottom. Just added to my position there. Since I added to my position, I am now 93.28, updating my stop loss, which is 0.28. So SPY in 5 minutes is still bullish right here. It respected S4, and then now we did find a reversal there in SPY. And what SPY is doing is also a mirror of AMD. So that's the reason why I added to this level right there. Just trying to see if there's any other movers here. SPY just found a rejection as well in that level. 93.80 is the next destination here, which is this level right there. Just looking at this big ask right there. So that big ask, expect a pop in 93.80 when that gets filled. Right now it's 93.70. That is the current price. If this stays here and waits for it to get filled, then next destination is 93.80. SPY is having a pullback though, so that's not good. 93.80 still here. Hands on the trigger because SPY is heading lower. Okay, so just close my position there. Apple is having the consolidation right here. I needed to exit my AMD trade because SPY is heading lower and I do not have the edge just because we did find that move already. That's why I needed to exit it all out here. I did have a big position that I cannot afford to have it pull back on me. So now I'm looking for a low risk trade. This one Apple has found had consolidated in this level. So Apple here, I'm gonna take it long with the stop loss using my 5 minutes at 156 point. Low of this body, 56.19. So if you look at the daily in Apple, a lot of consolidation there. But if you want to silence the noise, look at the higher time frame. And that higher time frame here is this 5 minutes. Tesla looks like it had found support as well, 187 here. So let's see, if I did not exit the AMD trade, it did have that pullback, and with a big of a position, yeah, I cannot afford that big pullback from AMD. So the Apple trade is a low risk trade compared to AMD because AMD is now, look at this one, this level right here is almost at the extreme level. So if you are at the extreme level, you don't really know whether are you having those level as a strong support versus a resistance. So you're in between. Unlike Apple, this doji right here can serve as a good entry and an exit. This one, if it stop me out, which is this level right here, then that's fine. Because there's always still is the factor of a fake out. So 156.18. SPY right now had found a bottom right here, 394, and that's why it's heading higher now. Same thing as AMD. AMD right here, this could have been a good place to add or start a position, 93.3, but that's hard to catch though. Let's see, BABA. Yeah, the BABA move, the clean move that happened in BABA happened at the pre-market. This move right here, this is the easy trade right here, happened at the pre-market. Once it opened, it's just consolidating here for quite a while, consolidating, and now it's a rejection there. So with that little bit of a move, it's hard to make money out of that little bit of a move. This one is very bearish now. Lots of consolidation here though. Pre-market high is this, acting as a strong resistance there. Still lots of ask here. The good short here is at this level, 142.42 or 14.42. SQ was so strong that you just need to get out of the way, because this one I was shorting it and I did get small loss with that. I keep shorting it because I thought this is gonna be doing an R3 S3 strategy, but then yeah, it's just heading higher now. That's my Apple trade here. Apple is such a laggard. Wow, this could have been the short squeezed as well. Do not like that Apple is not having that follow through move. Like SPY already made its move and Apple is just consolidating right here. Let's see if it's gonna stop me out. Almost at my stop loss level right there. And just pass through my stop loss. And yeah, I'm all out at Apple. This is the short. Yeah, that was the short that I was looking for. But I was fixated with Apple that I did not catch that move. Okay, so now this is getting interesting to the short. Big volume right here. Big wick right here. Reshorting this one. Stop loss is that wick right here. Just giving it some room. Re-entering Apple here. Stop loss at Apple is this 156.06. That's a lot of prints of reds there. So for this candlestick to close, we still have around 45 seconds before this closes. Once that closes, I can now use this wick 80, what's that, 65.71 as the stop loss. Still has a couple of seconds left. Looks like Baba have found what it wants to do. I need this candlestick to close lower than this wick right here. Now since this is too close to this wick, that can pretty much just stop me out. So I am gonna be sticking to this stop loss for now, but if it breaks lower than this, that's the time to move the stop loss right here, 65.71. Still under consolidation. Let's look at what Apple is doing. Apple is moving very slowly today, just down by 1.2%. Square. Need to have this one break this pivot point, R3. Apple was such a small and very slow mover today. Yeah, SPY looked like it had found its bottom. That 9 EMA there acted as a strong resistance with Apple. Okay, that was the move that I was waiting for. If it broke off of that, perfect. Now it's time to move the stop loss right here. Now I'm having my stop loss on top of this wick. See, Apple is still moving. Today is a longer trade than the usual. Baba finally have broke off of that VWAP. So my stop loss here now is 65.71 and the entry is at 65.57, so less than 20 cents risk there. Apple, I haven't moved my stop loss here yet, just because this one is just moving so slowly that I want to give it some room. Do you want to take some partials yet, just because we have just moved just a couple of cents, and Apple can be a mover 158 to 156, so it did move to $2 already. Okay, just took some 25% partial there with Apple. Now moving my stop loss above my break even so I don't turn this one into a losing trade. Is it gonna stop me out? What is this doing? This one is just consolidating here, not a lot of movements. Let's see the higher time frame. Higher time frame is bearish here now. Apple. It's trying to stop me out here. 5 minutes. Have that 9 EMA as a strong resistance there. Seeing what Amazon is doing. Amazon is just consolidating right here. SPY is heading higher as well, and that is not helping my Square trade, but it is helping my Apple trade here. So let's see, did we get a rejection there? Now it's time to move this stop loss. Trailing my stop here. Found a rejection right there. Trailing my stop. I'm okay if this stopped me out. Square is the trade that is really giving me a hard time today. Moving my stop loss here. What is Square doing? If I'm aggressive, I could have added here to the short, but this one can just pretty much do what it wants to do. Volume was pushing there. We did find a rejection when it was pushing higher. Apple looks like it's about to reach that 157 here, the VWAP. So trail the stop again. Square is such a laggard. SPY is having a pullback, so let's see, SPY is still almost flat here, having a pullback there. This can pretty much just stop me out. I'm fine with that. Oh my, square is not moving at all. Let's see what Bob is doing. Not a lot of volume here. Volume is picking up, and volume is not there when it's starting to go lower. This one, just trying to think whether it's a good time to short BABA here. 94.82, it's a good short if it goes below 94.74. So looking at the tape here, if it goes below 94.74, then that is a good short. 76, 79, looking at, okay, starting a small short position here at BABA. SQ now, although this one is moving so slowly. Thinking of, should I just, so BABA stop loss here is the high of this wick, 95.25. Apple is moving my stop loss again to that support. SQ as well is working in my favor, moving my stop loss here now. Let's see, square. I'm okay if this one stopped me out, so getting aggressive with that. Lowering this one down even more. So Apple looks like it did stop me out there. Square is moving in my favor, but that took a while for that move to happen. Okay, let's see if Bob is gonna stop me out here. Bob is just so strong. Let's see if it will stop me out. So my stop loss is at 95.25. The high of that wick right there. $95.19, 18. Okay, lots of ask right here. Okay, that's my stop loss right there. Yep, and stop loss got hit. So BABA was just so strong today. Square. Going back to square. the move that I was waiting for square. Lowering down my stop loss now. Baba just stopped me out there. Now I'm just trailing my stop here. A little bit aggressive with lowering down my stop loss. Did not want this one to move against me. And Baba was the big loss for the day. Yeah, this Baba is just really hard to read today. Lowering down my stop loss. Trending higher. Baba is up by 10.6 now. This is the breakdown that I was waiting for earlier. Trying to see whether we have reached the top of this. So the body of this candlestick, 95.34, acted as a strong resistance there. 95.34. Last trade here in Baba. Square stopped me out. This is the pre-market high. $95.40 is the stop loss. This is a bit of a revenge trade right here. Yeah, stop me out again. So for Baba, I'll wait for a good reversal on a higher time frame. This one could have been a good short at 14.35. So Baba is just really strong today. Yeah, that was the good short right there. Just broke the pre-market high. That's a pre-market high right now. High of the day is 97.14. Let's see if it has the capacity to try to test that level. This is the only reversal here. If um, yeah, the 1 minute reversal is just not as reliable. I got stopped out here a couple of times, so just looking at a higher time frame, 5 minutes. If it goes below the previous candlestick in the 5 minutes, which is 95.28, then that can be a reversal. But looking at the 1 minute as well as a higher time frame, it is not due yet for a pullback, and that's the reason why I did a couple of stabs here and it just keeps stopping me out. So just to share the rest of my screen here. And what I'm watching. Baba could have been the one and done trade if I was able to time it correctly to go long on this. Apple was a good short at this level, 56.74. Look at that, from 92.5 and then never turn back. 95.91 now. I'm sure a lot of traders are waiting for a reversal on this. So it's just good to sit on our hands and wait for that confirmation for a reversal. Right now it's still pretty strong. Volume is still picking up. That's a big volume right there when it was pushing up. So now we're just waiting for the buyers to get exhausted, and will be interesting in shorting that one. Lots of bids stacking now. We have that level right here. That's a pre-market high. It's serving as a support right now. Once that support is broken, okay, so starting a short position in this BABA trade here. That pre-market high is acting as a resistance now. Well, still a support right here. Once the support is broken, we just broke that level right there. That's the candlestick, previous candlestick, 95.47. 95.51 is my entry, which is, I am gonna put a level. So just a reminder to myself, 95.51 is my entry right there. Volume is building up. There's a bunch of bid that was just absorbed. Stop loss right here is this high, 96.04. volume right here, 1.63 million when it's pushing lower. So volume did try to have a buildup of volume here at that push when it's starting to go lower. So next, this is the support right here, 95.5. Next support is 95.31. So that's the support. 95.31 is the next support. Do we have any imbalance right here? We do have still a bunch of ask right here. So support 95.28. Once that's broken, then we're golden on this trade. And the next one is going to be this 9 EMA, which is 95.02. So 95.25 is the next destination here. So 27, boom. Okay, that was the flush that I was waiting for. The 5.16. So we are definitely heading to reversal here. What's our time? 11:27. Support is this previous candlestick right here, the low of this. 95.15 is the next support that we need to break off of. 95.17 stacks of bid right here, very bearish. 95 is the next destination here. Gonna try to test that 95, which is right here. Bunch of bid right here. Definitely the sellers are, or the bears are in control right now. So 95.11, 95 is the next destination, which is this, which is that 9 EMA right there. Expect a consolidation right there because stocks cannot just go parabolically low. It will have some profit takers right there, which is what is happening right here. Bunch of profit takers. Is that 95 still sitting here? This candlestick right here is about to close in the next 2 seconds. This thing can still try to test this candlestick. Not a lot of volume when it's pushing higher. We did find a wick right there. So sellers did win that battle right here. This is the average cost that I have, but the level that we have here is 95.65, which we have broke off of. That is the pre-market high. So what is our next level here? We're touching that low of this candlestick, 95.11. If we broke off of that, then expect a parabolic move. We do have 95.10, not a lot here. Thing about this BABA is there's a lot of volume. A lot of traders have an eye on this. It's up by 10.8%, a volume of 63 million, and float of this is 2.5 billion. They have a pretty good news, but it did move already by 10.7%. So the idea here is a little bit of a pullback, and it might as well just try to touch, this VWAP at the 5 minutes before it rip higher again, or it can just consolidate right there at the VWAP as well, before it rip higher, or can just be in that consolidation for a while. So let's see here. 95.11 is the strong support that we are trying to break off of. 95.11, that is also that 9 EMA here in the 5 minutes. Trying to see if there's any other stocks that are moving, and at this point, yeah, nothing. Even AMD, also, let's see, AMD, Apple is not moving as much. So the level right here that we're trying to break off of is 95.12. Do we have volume there to support this push? Volume is starting to creep up. Lots of red prints here though. So lots of profit takers as well with that pushed. So that's a 30 cents move, 95.2 to 95, 30 cents. So that could be scalpers as well. Volume is picking up here and that pushed higher. Volume did pick up here. Now that pre-market high is still acting as a strong resistance there, 95.63. $95.71. There's definitely a lot of red prints now compared to earlier. So a lot of scalpers as well are jumping in. 95, 96. Let's ask there at 96, because so that can test that level 96, which is close to, yeah, my stop loss, which is 96.04. Let's see if it's gonna stop me out. That order at 96 got filled. Stop loss here is 96.04. And yeah, stop out there. So Baba is, yeah, it really is very strong. There's not a lot of volume here when it's pushing higher. So this one just stopped me out and now it's heading to that direction. So let's see if there's an easier trade than this. stop loss right here, 96.25. So this one is just heading consolidation. Square had that R3 S3 move. Let's see here, 78.
BABA, Alibaba, new highs now up 13%. Bravo Alpha, Bravo Alpha. ON on semiconductor shares spiking here. Oscar November. ON Infineon sees year revenue above or around 15.5 billion plus or minus 500 million shares. Shares of semiconductor companies moving on the Infineon news. NXP Semiconductor also moving along with Infineon with on semiconductor on the Infineon news. MT, ArcelorMittal, getting an upgrade to a buy at UBS from a sell. That's a double upgrade. That's Michael Tango. MT, ArcelorMittal shares spiking on that headline. 890 on volume. That's Michael Tango. Firm new lows now, $9.41, down about 8% at the lows. MT, ArcelorMittal, hitting new highs now, 29.04 on that double upgrade at UBS. Michael Tango. NOGN, Noggin, announcing a 1 for 20 reverse stock split to be effective today at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. November Oscar Golf November. LYFT, Lyft shares all just off the lows now, $9.37, trading lower now. David Risher, uh, announcement yesterday that he would be the new CEO. Risher said that the company is not for sale. That was, reported by Bloomberg. Shares now down about 2.5%. That's Lima Yankee Foxtrot Tango. PYXS, Pyxis Oncology, moving higher again now, $4.12. Pop Yankee X-ray Sandy, off the highs, up 51%, PYXS. CSV, hearing Banyan Microcap Fortunes by CSV, Charlie Sandy Victor. Shares of Carriage Services getting a little pop here on low volume. That's CSV. HMC Honda Motor says welcomes agreement between the United States and Japan to strengthen mineral supply chains critical to electric vehicles. Says continues to localize and bolster EV battery supply chain as company works to fulfill vision of 100% electric vehicles sales by 2024. That's Hotel Michael Charlie. HRMY, Raymond James, getting the HRMY, with the defense on HRMY. Raymond James says buy in weakness. That's Hotel Romeo Michael Yankee. Shares of Harmony Biosciences now off the lows at 30.27, down 26%, following a short report from Scorpion. Final trades on CNBC, RIG, Transocean, BRKB, Berkshire Hathaway, B shares. GOOGL, EU antitrust regulator clears Alphabet's acquisition of Croatian maths app Photomath. That's GOOGL. U.S. Senator Wyden and Representative Neal said the Biden administration's agreement with Japan for EV battery minerals is unacceptable. Says the deal is agreement of convenience, lacks enforceable environmental and labor protections. BTIG, correction on that. VKTX Viking Therapeutics BTIG raising the price target from $20 to $31. That's Victor Kilo Tango X-ray, VKTX.
this stuff to market. Everybody is just, putting it in their hold to maturity bucket, and they don't have to take a haircut. They don't have to market to market. And so they can pretend that 60 cents worth of bonds is worth $1. But if they had to stop pretending, then they would all be insolvent. And when you're talking about bank deposits, a bank deposit is your asset as the customer of the bank, but it's a liability from the bank's perspective. It owes you that money. When you give your money to a bank, it becomes the bank's money, and you are now a creditor of that bank. And what they owe you is what you deposited. But if they take the money that you loaned them and they blow it on overpriced mortgage-backed securities, then they can't pay you back. Now, of course, what happens now is the U.S. government steps in and says, we'll pay you back. Well, the U.S. government doesn't have any money. Where does the U.S. government get the money? Well, from the Fed. The Fed just prints the money. That's where the FDIC gets its money, which is why everybody is going to lose. These politicians are saying that the banking system is sound. Don't worry about your money. You better worry even more about your money, because the only way the government can make sure your bank doesn't fail is by destroying the value of the money that you have on deposit. It's inflation that is going to wipe out the value of everybody's bank account.
And it's the investment side of this as well that I want to make sure everybody has an understanding of, in the sense that if these banks have these funds tied up in 20, 30-year investments at 2.5%, as you mentioned, when they start to have to pay 4.5%, 5%, it becomes a lose-lose situation. I want to talk about this being a banking crisis. You had a great tweet that I saw going back to late yesterday, in the sense that all sequels tend to be worse than the originals. Tell us why this is going to be worse than the original banking crisis.
Yeah, and first of all, nobody wants to refer to it as a financial crisis. Everybody is talking about a banking crisis. Why don't they just call it what it is, a financial crisis? Because they don't want to evoke any memories of the '08 crisis. They don't want to invite comparison to that crisis. So they're trying to label it something different. No, this is a financial crisis. The 2008 financial crisis was also a banking crisis. Unless people forget, it was the banks that were failing. Yes, they were failing because of bad mortgages, but that was the debt that was failing. And so that's what's happening now. Banks are failing because of bad debt, right? They made loans and they're not good anymore. And so this is a financial crisis. This is the cusp of the crisis. It's going to get much, much worse. If you're going to try to dismiss this as, well, it's just a couple of banks, it's just a Silicon Valley Bank or Signature Bank or the other one that failed, that's like, when the subprime blow up first happened, nobody wanted to admit that it was a mortgage crisis. They just said, oh, it's just contained to these handful of subprime mortgages. Don't worry about it, right? Nothing to see here. It's no big deal. It'll just blow right over, right? That was the initial reaction in the mainstream media, at the Federal Reserve. It was nothing to worry about. That's exactly what they're saying now, right? This is nothing. It's no big deal, right? It is a big deal. It's not nothing. And I've been warning about it. Just like I was warning about the subprime problems years before they blew up, I was warning about this precise problem at banks years ago. This is not, something that just came out of left field. This is not some kind of black swan that we couldn't have anticipated. This is your garden variety white swan. They're all over the place. This is what swans look like. If you keep interest rates at zero for 10 years, this is what you get. It's not a surprise.
And it hasn't been limited to, just these regional banks or smaller. We heard about Credit Suisse last week. We hear about Deutsche Bank even in the headlines this week. How widespread, in your mind, is this going to get as far as the big banks, the too big to fail banks are concerned?
Well, those banks are insolvent too. It's just that they're too big to fail, so we won't let them. But that just means we have to print a lot of money to prevent them from failing. But look, people aren't running on those banks right now. I mean, perversely, what the U.S. government did by fully insuring and bailing out all the depositors of Signature Bank and Silicon Valley Bank, but then coming out and saying, hey, we bailed out all the depositors of these banks because they were big and we were worried about the ramifications for the economy of allowing the customers to lose money, but that doesn't mean that all accounts are insured, unlimited amounts at any bank. We basically created a run on small banks because anybody with a large deposit at a small bank would be an idiot to leave the money there, right? Because why? You might as well pull it out and put it into one of these large, too big to fail banks, because then at least you're not going to lose money if it fails, because they won't let it. But if you leave your money at one of these small banks and it fails, you may be out of luck, right? Because the government may not deem that bank to be important enough to insure everybody's account. So why would you want to be there? For what reason? What is your upside? It's not like you're getting a lot of interest to leave your money at a small bank. No, just pull it out. And so now the government is going to create a run on these small banks, and that's going to create a huge problem.
I want to go back to last week and talk a little bit about the Fed here. And I want your opinion on why maybe a quarter point hike was possibly the worst thing that could have happened, in the sense that if they were going to do something, why not do 50 either way and give us some sort of direction instead of take this kind of middle road, really no opinion type of move?
Well, look, the Fed was more concerned about saving face. I mean, they had talked about raising rates, and so they wanted to fulfill that commitment, because they didn't want to admit that they made a mistake when they talked about raising rates. So they raised them. But I think from their PR perspective, they're going to regret that hike, because the next move might be a cut, in which case they look pretty foolish having hiked. It may have been better had they just stayed flat. But they did telegraph now that it could kind of go either direction next time. So they're no longer kind of locked into we're going to hike. But it doesn't even matter whether they hiked 50 or 25. It's not enough. It's not going to put out the inflation fire, because the rates are still below the rate of inflation. So a negative interest rate is fueling the inflation fire. It's not putting it out. And paradoxically, the rate hikes themselves, even though they're not high enough to stop the inflation, they are high enough to make it worse. Because what happens is interest rates are prices. It's the price of money. The price of money is going up. That factors into the CPI. It doesn't factor into the CPI as interest, but it factors into it in prices of everything else. Because if I'm a business, I have various costs. I have labor costs, I have raw material costs, I have rent, I have other things that I have to pay, but I also have interest that I have to pay. And if my interest rates go up, that's just higher costs. What do businesses do with their costs? They pass them on to their customers, and higher interest rates are no different than higher wages or higher raw material costs. So it's going to be passed on. Housing is directly impacted by interest rates, not the price of the house, but the cost of owning it, the cost of buying it. The higher the rate, the more expensive home ownership becomes. That also pushes up rents. As mortgage interest rates are rising, making it harder for people to afford to buy, that makes it easier for landlords to jack up the rent, because you don't have the alternative of buying. So everything the Fed is doing is actually pushing up consumer prices. So it's not going to work. The rate hikes are going to backfire. Not that they shouldn't be hiking rates. They actually need to hike them even more, because what they have to do is change consumer behavior. They have to change spending and consumption. People need to spend less and save more, but that's not what they're doing. They're saving less and spending more. The savings rate is at a record low. Consumer credit card debt's at a record high. So the Fed is not accomplishing anything. And more significantly, the government continues to spend more money. The deficits are going up. And part of that is being fueled by the higher interest rates. The more the Fed hikes rates, the bigger the deficits get, because the government has to pay higher interest. Where does the government get that money? Ultimately from the Fed. The Fed prints it. So because the Fed fights inflation by raising rates, it has to create more inflation to monetize larger deficits. That's one of the reasons we've already returned to quantitative easing. Quantitative tightening is a thing of the past. We're back to quantitative easing. So inflation is going to take off.
I want to get your thoughts here before we move on to. We'll talk about quantitative easing here a little bit more, but I want to get your thoughts here first before we do on where we're going as far as this inflation is concerned. When last we spoke, Peter, you mentioned the fact that we needed to get interest rates to a point where they were higher than where inflation was. At that point, it was 8, 9, 9.5%. Seemed like a dream. Last print, we get 5.5%, 6%, regardless of, or whenever you want to look at it. Do we see a 6? Do we see a 6.25? Do we see a 6.5% print as far as the Fed is concerned? And if so, would that be enough?
Well, no, because inflation, the way they measure it now is 6. But I think that's the trough. I think it's headed higher. So by the time we got to 6, I think inflation would be back at 8 or 9, or maybe higher than that. So I don't think it's going to work. But also, I think that we're going to peak out here. I think the Fed is going to be on hold for the next few meetings. I don't expect another hike, but I expect the inflation rate to move up. So the Fed is going to be falling further behind the curve when it comes to getting real rates positive, as it pauses to kind of assess the situation in with global financial stability in the banks. Inflation is going to get worse, especially if we get a big drop in the dollar, which I think is going to happen. I think the dollar is kind of teetering on the edge of a cliff, and it's going to fall off. At the same time, I think gold is poised for a major move up. And so that would be the mirror image of what's going to happen to the dollar. And you're seeing that right now, kind of. I think the dollar, it's a little bit of a lull before the storm, before it implodes, and the opposite with gold. It's about to explode.
And I wanted to ask you about that in the sense that gold at its highs this year up about 10%, around that 2,000 mark again. If someone sitting here today or watching this show today, for example, has never purchased gold, has never dipped their toes into that market, what do you say to someone like that right now to help them kind of get over that hurdle and say this is where we need to be putting our money to work?
Well, gold is just an alternative form of savings. If you have money that you don't want to put to work, that's where you put your gold money, right? Money, you want to keep it safe and you want to store it, but you don't want to see its value eroded by inflation. But you guys are trading. Earlier you talked about AMC. There you're playing a game of musical chairs, right? Because at the end of the day, the music's going to stop and the stock's going to zero. So you can make money trading it before it goes to zero, but just don't get stuck with it when it's at zero. But if you want to make money in gold stocks where you don't have to worry, in stocks without having to worry about getting out before the bottom drops out, look at the gold stocks. Because I think these stocks, especially some of the smaller, the junior miners, these are the 10 baggers, the 50 baggers, the 100 baggers of the next decade. So I think that's where the big money is going to be made. And it is still very early. We haven't seen any of the real money moving into this sector yet. But once it starts, it's going to feed on itself. And I think you're going to see some spectacular gains.
More to come, no doubt, in not only the banking sector, but from the Fed as well. Peter Schiff is chief economist and global strategist at Europac.com, founder of SchiffGold.com. A pleasure, as always, Peter, to get your opinion and get your thoughts on this. We appreciate you doing this once again this afternoon.
Thanks for having me on.
Thank you to Peter for coming on. And he's right, we are traders. So you guys saw there, just AMC broke 5. I'm out of AMC. The long break happened. It couldn't take 550. But I wanted to maybe just go to GDX for he talked about gold. He talked about the gold miners for a split second. I kind of felt like it made sense to pull up GDX because the miners have been lagging the move a little bit. And if you just look at this 33 area, now you forget about the 200.
Hello everyone, it's 3:08 in the afternoon and I'm here to do a market recap. So today is a very strange day. We have mix of reds and greens today and have been trading for almost the whole day today because I got chopped first thing in the morning. So let's go ahead and look at what the SPY did first. So the SPY, this one was previous day candlestick, and we're down by 0.34%. So 0.34%, we just moved by 1.34. So not a lot of movement, very small candlestick here, which is from 396 all the way to 393. So roughly like $3 move with a SPY. And that's why from that move, you can already tell how very little the SPY moves, so the rest of the market will have that little bit of a move unless there is a catalyst. So let's look at what I did first in AMC. I'm just gonna do this one in alphabetical order, or yeah. So let's see what AMC did. So AMC had a news in the afternoon around 1:30. There was a news that Jeff Bezos is looking into acquiring AMC stores, and that's the catalyst here, which no one really knows whether it's a legit rumor. But with stocks, you sell, you buy the news and you sell the rumor. With day traders, we basically just look at the technical levels and see whether it is a logical place to enter a position. So for me, I did not get into that news, heard the news late, so I went long right here. I was building a position, and since it's a cheap price stock, was building a position and I got stop out right here. So not really in my trade book right here, but it is a trade based off that news, but I got stop out right here. So first trade in AMC was a red trade just because it was a bit of an overextended, and I went long with that overextension, and that's why I first got a red trade with AMC. Now with AMC, this is the trade that got me stop out. This one right here. So first stop out, and then what I saw was it is respecting the VWAP right here, VWAP as well as the 9 EMA, and that's why I re-entered this trade right here. When I re-entered that trade, I just have my stop loss underneath this VWAP and give it some time for this one to move. So it did consolidate there for a while. After it consolidated, then I saw that there's a huge pop right here. And since AMC could pretty much just be some pumpers, just because it is a cheap price stock, I started scaling out here. So I partialed here and then trailing my stop, and it did got me stop out right here. And look at where it's heading now. So from this move, and it's only up now by 9.6%, who knows if that news of Bezos acquiring AMC stores is really legit or just some rumors. But with that, I was able to get 840 with AMC. Next one is AMD. AMD trade was a trade that looks like SPY. So SPY had that first consolidation right here at the open, and then a pop at yesterday's closing price, and then a drop, another pop, and then now a drop. So now we are down by 0.35%. It's power hour, so I won't be surprised if this one pushed through the VWAP and that we closed at green today, which is most of the time what happens in the power hour. So with AMD had that massive drop at the open. This is my level here, pre-market low, pre-market high, and did not get to have that opening range breakout here because I was trading BABA at that time. When I saw that it is looking a bit of overextended here, I went long and I got stop out. So at that point, I just leave it alone because it does not show any signs of reversal yet. So I just let it go. And sure enough, it still has that momentum to go down. So from 96 all the way to around 93, that's the move that it did. So first trade is a red trade. And then when I saw that we have found a bottom right there, and we did found a reversal right there, first candlestick, first white candlestick in the 5 minutes chart. So I have my stop loss right here, and entry is at the top of the body of this first white candlestick. And so long right here, starting to get partial because we're heading to the VWAP, and then I'm now trailing my stop. And I was all out at this level right here. So, sorry, all out at this. This is the second trade right here. Now, when I finished that second trade right there, I saw what happened right here. We have a reversal, so we reached the top, and we have now the first candlestick after all this consecutive white candlestick. First red candlestick, the low of the body of that candlestick, I got filled right there at the VWAP, so I showed it there, cover, and I got all out right here. So I got that short part. And then when I saw that we are now heading to the long side, I flipped my position, so long, and all out right here. At this level, I am just scalping right there. So I went long and short in AMD. This is the only trade in AMD that gave me a red trade. The rest was I was able to capture that move, then this move right here to the short, and this move right here to the long. Did not want to touch this again just because at this level when I got chopped and pretty much was just going back and forth in that range, I don't know whether it still has the room to go up or still has the room to go down. So I just let it go. And it did have that good rejection right there at that moving average. But at that time, I was done trading AMD. So I went long and short. So short, I got 981. And long at AMD, I got 813. Let's save BABA for later. BABA is the best trade right here. Next one is Apple. Apple, what I did with Apple was I went long with Apple. So first, just like AMD, it had that huge sell-off at the open. It even broke the low of the pre-market, high of the pre-market right here. So it broke that. When I saw that we have a huge dump right here, first candlestick to become white. I did not get to see this one. I was trading a different stock, so I did not get to trade this first white candlestick. But when I saw that we have this first white candlestick, I went long on top of the body of this first white candlestick. Stop loss is below the body of that white candlestick, and I got stop out. So first trade right here was a red trade. And then since I got stop out there, I waited for another candlestick to make a new high. So this is now the low of that day, low of the day. And then I went long right here and got all out. I got first partial at 9 EMA and then all out when I saw that we did squeeze that big candlestick. We're heading to that moving average into the VWAP, so I was all out right here. So with that trade, got 200. So first trade was a red trade right here, but was able to capture this trade right here. And with that, did a little bit of a loss and was able to capture that move. I got 200 with Apple. Next trade, GME. GME was, I think, the last trade that I did for today, which is I closed this one at 250. So what I saw with GME is it is acting as an AMC where it had this huge pop. So first what I saw here is we managed to have that W right there. So it is very good with regards to respecting that S4 Camarilla pivot point, that support right there, have made a double bottom and it just popped. But the reason why I was watching GME was AMC was moving because of that news. And with that move, what I saw with GME was also moving just like AMC, one of those Reddit stocks. So I did not capture this move because I was still at AMC at that time. But when I saw that we have that massive move to the upside, we already have went beyond the high of the day. But that high of the day right here at the R4 or R3 Camarilla pivot point, we did manage to have that inverted hammer, first candlestick to become red. I entered short because the signal for me is this inverted hammer. I do have this R3 right here, so a little bit late. The best entry to the short side would have been just below this body. Where is my, just below the body of this. That could have been a good entry and stop loss right here, but it still is a mover. And so I entered short here, added to my position, so that's around 23.25, and then start covering my position. So 23.10, 23.09, so scalp trade. So from 23.25 to 23.10, so around 15 cents there. So with that GME, I was able to get 204. Next is the square trade. Square trade, I was short bias on this, but I needed to do a couple of stab. We're heading to R3, so I shorted it there, but I got stop out. We had another fake out right there. I shorted again and then got stop out. And I saw that we are having the momentum to go long. I long here, added to my position, and all out. And then I flipped my position to the short side again, and I think this is the short side right here, and then this is the long side right there. But with that little bit of a move, long and short, very small. And then this one was the red trade, was like a break-even trade with a square. So to the long side got 40, to the short side I got 80. So that was the square trade. Next one is FUTU, which is another red trade. So what I saw with FUTU was that oversold at the open. So we got that oversold. And then I saw this first white candlestick in the 5 minutes. I went long at the body of that candlestick and stop loss below the body of this first white candlestick, and I got stop out. So with that, that was a red trade of 430. So have that massive red candlestick, first candlestick to make a white candlestick. Above the body is long and below the body was the stop loss, and I got stop out. So that was FUTU. Next one is ON. ON was in the Benzinga news. So in the Benzinga, it is saying that we did had a catalyst with ON. I think it's getting acquired by someone. Let's see here. So the news here was onsemi launches simulation tools to bring complex power electronics application to market faster. In short, there is a catalyst, and I heard it in Benzinga. So I was late to the party. So when I saw that it already made a pop, I shorted it. But let's see here, a small position here This one is also not in a trade book because I'm basing it from the news, short, and then got all out at this level. I reshorted and all out, I reshorted and all out, reshorted and all out right there. So for the short side, I was able to maximize the profit at the short. I got 1863 right there. And to the long, I did manage to get 427. So let's see here if I can remember my long side here. Looks like this one was just a fake out. So that was the last trade on. This one was a short. This one was a short right here. And this one, so let's see here. I think this one was a long right there, and that was 427. A lot of trial and error with this on, but with that, it still managed to get 427 to the long side, short side 1800. The short side was the one that made the most move. Couple of stabs there, but this is the last stab because at this point it's just heading nowhere. So I just got stop out there. So I needed to give some back right here. Next one is VKTX. VKTX is a short. So what I did here was we have this huge gap up, massive move of those candlestick. First candlestick to become our red. I shorted that one. Stop loss is at that wick. And moving my stop loss, trailing my stop. So first partial and got stop out right there at the VWAP. So that was the first trade in VKTX. And that was a short side. So a little bit of a move, got 220. I needed to give some back right here because at this point I got stop out. So what happened here was we have that wick. Wick is right there, entered short, and I got stop out there. So very tight stop loss. So, but that's because we're heading to that consolidation, and that time we're already at 12 noon. So tight stop loss and needed to get or give something back as well. So I only ended up with 220 for that trade. Next one is BABA. BABA was such a loss today that yeah, I am not proud of this trade right here. Literally, this is the time that I needed to pay the market back just because I am insisting on my thesis. So what I did with BABA is BABA was such a big gap up right here. Right now we're up by 13.9%. A lot of messed up trade right here. I went long. I then realized that it's overextended. So I got very tight stop loss. Got stop out right there. First red trade. And then now I flip my position because now we're heading below the VWAP and I got stop out again. So a lot of getting stop out right here. Went to the long. Got a little bit of a move. Went to the short. Got a little bit of a move. To the long, I got 45. So with that commission, it's it's like a break even to the long. But to the short one is the one that killed me because I tried to short this one couple of times and it's just keeps stopping me out. So this one stopped me out, and then this one was the last one, and I got stopped out again. So with that getting stopped out, I needed to give back some of the profits, but this one is one of the first trades, so very hard kind of day today. So with that loss of 3,500, it accumulated so quickly just because of that couple of stabs to the short side, trying to see whether it's time for a reversal, which never happened. And that's why I just got smoked with that. But the thing is, this is always what I'm saying. If you go only to the trend, then that would have been an easier trade. This is a gap up right here. It is up by at least 10% at the open. And look at how beautiful this one is. It just respected that moving average so good until around 3. So why in the world am I shorting this one? I was overtrading, trying to insist my thesis. I cannot read the volume price analysis right here. A little bit of a bias, saying to myself that, oh, this one isn't overextended already. Baba did have a good news today, and I think I actually even read that at the beginning of the day. Let's see here. So Baba has that Cloud Intelligence Group split into 6 independently group. Anyway, there is a big catalyst there, but I got so stubborn that I wanted to insist what my thesis is, which is short bias. Since we are overextended, have that big of a move, could fill the gap. It never did, and I paid for that. So if there's a big lesson for the day is try not to prove yourself that you're right in the and have the market tells you what it wants to do, and you're just there trying to respect the movements of the market. So for this one, even if I put it in a higher time frame is still very bullish, and this one is the one that got me chopped, got me stopped out a couple of times, and that's why I gave back big amount, 3,500, to the market because of that. FUTU is another red trade. So with that, even if have a couple of trades, scalp trades that work, but that Baba trade that created a big dent to the profit for today, and that's also the reason why I needed to trade the whole day today and had a long, and could have been, this one could have been a one and done trade if I did not insist on my thesis. It could have been a good VWAP play. It went from 93 all the way to 99, so that's already a $6 move. But lesson learned, and this is definitely one for the books and one to take note of and to learn from. So with that, I hope you had a better day than me. I hope you had a green trading day, and sorry that this one took longer. I wanted to have a shorter a shorter trade for the day, but the Baba just really did messed up even the time that it took this recording. So I'll try to record it, cut couple of trades, or cut a couple of or fast forward those trades that I can do, so it can be shortened and you don't have to spend a couple of hours watching this recap. So it should be posted as well online, and where you can see it is under our website. So our website, which I am gonna share here quickly, is we do have our blogs there. For the blogs, I speed it up a bit. I make it to like a 1.5. You can even have that speed even faster than that. But if you want to check out all our recaps, is right there at the blogs, as well as our top trading strategy. Check this one out. We do provide that 20 pages long of our free and our top trading strategy. So please check that one out. If you do have questions, please feel free to email me. My email is mary@ecourseunlock.com. And thank you for watching. I'll see you at the next one.